Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
to the music, fixing the lights. I thought we needed a bit more pink, right? Can go crazy. Nah. I had 1% on. There. So, let's get back to TryHackMe. I believe I'm in for TryHackMe. Let's do some TryHackMe. And of course the mic, so now you can hear me too. Yeah, so I need to switch this one to, first of all, confirming Twitch is also on today. Yesterday I hadn't switched the stream key, so twice, because OBS crashed, I had to go and fix it. But no, it's okay. Yeah, so I know we started this one. I don't remember a thing more than this Windows. What else? What else do we need to do here? So I'm still like vacation mode here, and I'm a bit late. I had to finish the Security Now episode on CrowdStrike, you know. See what he had, what insights he had, but it wasn't a lot though. But it was still good. It's always good. So I'm just starting my VM. So of course, my nose starts. It's exactly when the stream starts, right? So let's see now. Nose. We need nose and Windows. I remember a few things, but not a lot on it. So, right, the notes are on that screen. Let's move them over here. Right, yesterday we did a bit of hardware stuff. Servos and stuff. Cause we fixed the robot. So now we can redeem it again. There's a new servo here. It's a bit of probably weaker one. We have ordered new ones. So this tiny servo down here, it controls the rotation of the thing. And since one of the cables was stuck like this, and it kind of tried to turn a lot. I wasn't home. I was doing IRL stream, and I had that in the background. So not as smart. I should have now the cords are like tied together with stripes, so it should be safe. We'll see how long the servos can take it. TryHackMe relevant. So we did a few things. Here's where I collect the information about all the things we tried from Nmap. We didn't really do a Go Buster, apparently, and we were planning to try this tool since someone suggested it to me. The research, I think I've tried it once, and we did SMB stuff. We got a password, right? We got a user account and a password, and I'm like, what do I do now? That's kind of where we are, I think. I'm like, I know this is good, but what do we do with it? Yeah. We have Bob here. So that's where we are. We're supposed to do something else here. We'll see what we do. And today, tips are welcome because I'm kind of noob here on this. So, Windows, my goodness. Oh, sorry. I was going to click here. Let's just see if we put all the... Alright, we had a lot of parts. Now I remember more. Good morning, Panda. Oh, the TTS is not up. Sorry. I usually leave it on, but now it's turned off actually.
Connected to
Since
channel
voice
fix at
recognition
42.
worked yesterday, I was like, I better turn it off. Or do I dare to turn it off?
Panda Tongue says.
Win Rothch.
Translated from Slovenian.
Yeah, I missed most of the stream yesterday. I wanted to hear more of his music. Win Roth. Checking out. That stream is on here. Let's see. But while I'm in my Chrome, where I usually do that, so.
Yeah. I was about to come to your channel and drag you over to his.
Okay, good. You're welcome to do that. Yes, I think after my stream, I usually raid cybersecurity if it's available. And then I was, he raided to someone I didn't know, I've never seen at once. I was like, oh, who's this person? Oh, whatever. We'll see. I don't remember exactly what happened. There was I think I've found 2 new streamers recently. Cybersecurity, that's nice. I want a lot of cybersecurity. If you ever own category, there's this thing on Twitch, where you can ask for stuff, and that one's been there for a long time. And we still don't have a cybersecurity category. That's too bad. I'd like one. Anyway, I think we're ready to start. Do you know a lot about Windows? I mean, not like Windows administration, I know that. I'm thinking, if you have user creds, what you do with them to get, to escalate your privileges. I'll just have to Google. I've seen it done a lot of times, but I don't have it in my head. And I don't think I have it in my notes either. I think I looked a bit, and I have a bit of it, and this is Windows Exploration. I think I might add a new one, because also the Linux Exploration is from when I'm actually on the box, But here we're exploring from the outside. And the start here is like my Windows one when I'm on the box, when I already have. It starts with, if it's a web shell, do this, and things to check on the command prompt or PowerShell, and I've split it out into PowerShell and CMD, so it's easy to, do all the things. Alright. I said yesterday I should fix the best viewers on. Nobody clicked the link, of course. Maybe we should start with that, because we haven't actually started, though I'm kinda into this now. Let's make sure it's on my to-do list. Let's make it post-it. We can throw this away.
Abba Stan says.
Soldiered and finished.
Best viewers on. Web link.
Oh, it's kind of slow today too. I saw it. Yeah, I know why. Because it's actually pausing when I'm talking. So there's a plus with it not pausing when I'm talking, because I talk constantly, right? So I should intentionally pause sometimes for TTS to have a chance to do its thing. Okay, so chat. Remove spam. Best viewers on. Viewers on. There's the string. If that's in the message, I'm going to proof it, way. From StreamerBot. But I don't want to do that now, so let's put it on the table there. So second priority, third priority. Maybe. So, what are you doing today, Panda? Have you had a great start of the day or whatever? It's usually, well, it's morning for you, right? So it's really start of the day. Yeah. I'm like time zone confused here after the vacation. Even if it's also a short one. Making sure I could see your full mapping.
Panda
Leftover
Tongue says,
coffee from yesterday.
Got to work about 10 minutes ago, working on getting my passport renewed, planning on going to England in September.
Oh, cool, cool. Anything special in England you're going to like do or visit, or do you have family there? And is it work? Is it fun? You know, all the things.
Meeting up with some Twitch mates.
Cool, cool. So music related? So I'm thinking
Metal Lizard Jesus and a few others.
Oh, cool. So he's English? I've actually never really been to his stream. I don't know which nationality, but is his English line or British?
And a couple nights in Amsterdam, I hope.
Oh, cool. There I've never been. I've been to UK. Right, files. So let's actually think instead of just like Googling, right? That's always the best. I hope you have a great time there.
I've never been outside of the US. I'm not looking forward to the long Atlantic flight.
Oh, how long will it take for you? I've never been to the US ever. I've only been to Germany, UK, Ireland, because I lived there for a year, and Portugal. Is there any? I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, of course, Åland, which is like almost Sweden. It's an island between Finland and Sweden, which belongs to Finland. So technically, I've been to Finland. Yeah, of course, Norway and Denmark, because I've work-related stuff too, even there.
I would love to go to Portugal.
Yeah, and I have a tiny bit. I had like 2 years of Spanish when I was kind of young in school, so it's not like I really knew anything. But with a dictionary, and I could like manage the family's way around the place. Ask questions from people, like the basic stuff. That was kind of fun, you know. Actually, I ended up in a Spanish stream yesterday. Cybersecurity that someone rated. And I was thinking, like, that's the way to learn a language, You're interested in the subject, and you understand, what they're doing when they're typing, because it was, a lot of text was actually Spanish there too, but yeah, liking it. So, a lot of more interesting files, of course, but I think I had other files. That was, yeah, the console history. Let's call this other interesting, right? And don't I have the Sammy or something at all? Well, I think it's here. I'm sure. But we're not on the machine yet. We don't know if we'll ever be on the machine either. I think we tried RDP since we have a user. I think so. I don't really remember. I think this was like 2 weeks ago, maybe. Because of the vacation, and I've been doing natives mostly, you know. I want to finish natives too, but I felt I need to do a bit of TryHackMe. I miss it, you know. You need to switch it up and do different things. Yeah, so first time outside the US, that's cool. You've never been, I'm sure you've been to like Canada or more south, Mexico and stuff? Nothing? Never outside the US at all? Or like the American continent? Which do you mean?
Never been to Canada. I've seen Mexico from Texas.
So you never pass the country's borders at all? Oh, the US, I guess it's United States, so it's still a lot of states that's kind of different countries, right? They're a bit different. Like different culturally and stuff. But it's still the same government, so it's the same language. Or the same country.
Exactly. I've been all over, but it's huge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, as a Swede, you know, I've not been to all of Sweden, especially the north and the south, and it's kind of long like this. So you might have been to more places and longer distances too, because the UK is not that far. It's a bit of water between, though. Yeah, I'd like to go there. I'd actually like to go to DEF CON, but you know, prices and kids, two things that could kind of make it harder, at least.
You have trains over there? I'd love a train ride through Scandinavia.
Yeah, a lot of young people do like, what do you translate that to? Like they go on trains with a backpack just traveling through everywhere, cheaply. So you can go like everywhere with trains here.
I have a couple friends in Denmark who are always taking the trains.
Okay. Yeah, so I haven't actually gone by train since I was like 25, I think, or something. Yeah, since then I've been just to Stockholm, you know, the city trains, of course. But recently I've just been driving everywhere. It's lazy, really. Yeah, a few
25?
years ago.
That was just a few years ago.
Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, I went to my grandparents by train. You said like bye bye to your parents, and you went and visited your relatives and stuff. And also, I think we sometimes went to the country house that way. To not have to sit in the car for so long. Oh, well, I don't remember. So I haven't been a lot on trains, really. Yes, I went to Gothenburg a few times on train, actually. Too long ago, I don't remember. So, do you know Windows? Like Windows hacking? So, let's think about how Windows works and stuff.
Dreamer407 says smile. I don't really know much about hacking.
Hi, welcome in. Okay, fine. You're like generally IT is your area, right? And music, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah. So So we can't do any of that. So VMI-C is a program, of course, we run from there, but VMI is, of course, network thingy. We don't want to do Metasploit, but if we're looking for some things, we might think that's a good thing to do. Right. And of course there's scripts and stuff if we're already on the machine. All of this is on the machine. I have to reorganize things there. Because first, here, rather let's make a new file. I don't have a how to explore the network of a Windows machine. I do have web, you know? And the odd thing with this box is that there's no web, right? Let's remember it again. So we have 80, but I don't think, yeah, it was like the basic page on both of this, and that's we might do a GoBuster here. I know I should, but it looks like there would be other stuff. Let's just start with the GoBuster. Of course, we should do GoBuster. So I'm just logging into the VM here, and it's just Kali username here. Oh, that's horrible. I've turned off all my beeps in Windows, but when you like backspace at this here, it's so if I type a few things wrong and I click too much, ouch. I don't like those beeps. I'll have to turn them off here too, but it's just a login. So what's the password? Vacation week. No, I did log in yesterday too. And of course I never reuse any passwords, especially the ones that are not important, like the VM one. Empty trash. I'm like, what? There's a trash bin. I have emptied it before, but not a lot of times. So we'll have to do the VPN, of course. Otherwise it could be hard to connect to the machine. So yeah, Tisha. And let's hop back here. Let's look at this page too. Oh, a lot of stuff up. I think I'm doing another box too, right? I don't even remember the name of it. Oh well, now I do. Blurry. I should do that one too. But that's not that you can do on stream because it's Hack the Box and I don't pay there, so I can't do them. It's only the current ones, so you're not supposed to stream. So, so did I add this to my hosts? I don't remember because it was too long ago. Even the last sudo I did. The first time. Oh, didn't I like update? Yeah, we have an old IP here. We didn't even start the box. I guess since I'm rambling so much and talking about everything, it's a good thing because we would have lost a lot of time already on this. And you can see the steps here. It says medium, but it's Windows. So Windows. And we just have the flag here. Yeah, they had a bit of more formal approach to this one. you've been assigned to a client who wants a penetration test conducted on an environment due to release to production in 7 days. The client requested engineer conducts an assignment on the provided virtual environment. Okay, the client has asked some minimal information be provided about the assessment and when the engagement conducted from the eyes of a malicious actor. Black box penetration test. The client has asked. Well, the first thing to tell them then would be to not leave the default pages. You know. Well, whatever. Let's assume there's some kind of web page in there. I'm not gonna reread all of this. Find and report all vulnerabilities, and I think they're suggesting us make an actual roleplay off here. Yeah. Make an actual report of this. Though I don't. I've seen templates like for red team stuff, but not for like a. I should look into that. Making a report. Maybe this is a good thing to do, actually. Write-outs will not be accepted for this room. Yeah, so let's update the IP. We got one now. And it's a Windows machine, meaning we should probably wait a few more minutes before we actually do anything. Like start GoBuster. I can talk for a bit more here. I'm kind of thinking when there's nothing there's a web server IS on 2 ports and there's nothing there because I'm that's what I remember, you know, nothing. And I'm just thinking, won't it? Yeah. So both of them are already here. We did visit. But they're probably not up yet because it's been 2.5 minutes. And it's Windows. So we have the actual IS start here. And this is the same. So this is what I remembered. Let's actually take a screenshot for the notes. Why not, you know? And let's imagine us making a report on this. Let's be a bit serious or whatever. Or not so serious. And I'll just start sharing here. So I have to type the full name for it to find it. That's annoying. Maybe I should have like a shortcut down here because I need to restart it sometimes. It's a bit buggy. Right, let's just put the sign up in my door. So my hubby and one of my kids are still at the country house, the country cottage. But my other kid's asleep still. 16-year-old, summertime. I think it. Yeah. So. Right, it actually like attaches to the edge there. Felt like it did anyway. So let's just copy this, and this is relevant to Sham. So I didn't do even any notes on web on this yet. Notes. Let's hop back here. After nmap we'll need a new one. Let's actually 2. This is all messed up in the order of things, and this is actually 3 now because we started looking at SMB for some reason. Just made those before I actually did anything. So web, and the first one is relevant dot sham, and of course this is like obviously just added to the host file. Come on. Oh, right. I remember. So I do a lot of shift enter, and it will this obsidian here will add a new line after instead then, which is annoying. No, let's just paste. And let's not have space between those. I usually don't. Though we can make this tinier. Doesn't have to be big. So let's pipe 500 for that one, right? That's good enough. And then we have HTTP. So this is also relevant, but I could copy it. I just had the image last time, so I was not lazy, efficient. So it didn't copy. This is a problem that I have when I have ShareX running, that it didn't copy the text. So if I paste now, yeah, now it worked. Right, so this one would be like this too if I had copied it. That's prettier, isn't it? Well, the image is the exact same. Let's actually not put two images when we don't have to, right? So both and so the mic is kind of just above my keyboard, so I'm like, I'm having it too far in front of me, I think. I'm trying to be more like having it not so much to the side, because I've noticed then when I turn to this monitor it'll be like muted. Much more quiet. Right, so both are just a base page, and that's why we would, well, let's first put this in as number 2, which is what it was. We started with this. Now we want to do GoBuster, which will be 4, and then we will do this to learn it better as number 6, because number 5, because I'm on GoBuster now. Yeah, let's leave it at 4. Ooh. It hops around, you know, so I clicked the wrong one, I think. There. So it's not before I click that it's going away, and then we do 6 for the next one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually in the right order how we did things. I did also Google a lot on ports, because I'm curious about the 135. So I read a lot about RPC port, and that's actually like everything uses this. So we read a lot of things on this stream, and yeah, learned a lot of things, but nothing like specific that can help on this one. That's just generally Windows knowledge, and also these port that it takes random ones, so high ports. We did also sense it as SMB1, but though it's a modern service, I assumed it wouldn't be. But I have in my notes like, if it's SMB1, always try for Eternal Blue. So we did check for Eternal Blue. It's not there, of course, because this was 2016 server. Let's see. Was it anything else here that we looked at, thought about? Yeah, terminal services. So I'm curious what that is really. Before we, or rather, let's start GoBuster and then we go back and read stuff while we wait, because it won't be instant. So let's do GoBuster. I'm just like, what part was the last one? Was it the same part? 49663? Yeah. Let's start that one then. Now I'm thinking, did I use this for another box, or was it the same? What was the IP now? I don't think I can undo here, you know. Whatever. We can check the history if we want to. E264. Yeah. .hm. So we're doing the specific part first. So these are a lot of these odd ones. That's what I don't like about GoBuster. We get a lot of errors as they're not really there. There's nothing there. Let's just start checking into the dir search. So I have used it, but since history is not forever, I don't remember right now. Let's look. I think I have notes on it. Let's close. I want to do NCP2, but I can't do everything at once. That's a network copy program making. So this is web exploration, fuzzing, found it. So I have not pasted the help here yet. Let's do that. Though I have, since I used that format was a bit back. Oh, sure, install it. Yes, I'm like, how in the camera am I? Because I have we have a lot of cables still here since yesterday. So we do hardware stuff. So it's a way for my mouse pad, so everything is like, and we have the soldering iron cable all over the place here too. I should go and leave these things over there in the room. There. Tape too. So now I have more space. Just put a few things in the drawer here. Fire alarm right on top of the soldering station. Is that a good placement? I would react quickly at least, right? So, random metal piece from the laptop we disassembled. So, sorry for the delay here. Alright. Yeah, that's to-do stuff. Right, and here I have two of these. We'll need to use some of these too. Though I think I ordered new ones yesterday too. Post-its. Let's just get this part of the desk off a tiny bit. So, got my space back here. Solder on the table. So, there. Now I can sit in the middle and actually not be like that with the keyboard. It's kind of odd typing like that, so let's go. Now we can get the help. Let's copy it. So it's always nice to be able to search it easily in Obsidian, especially with things like John and Hashcat and those, like, where you really need the searching in the types and stuff. So not all tools need it as much, but it's still kind of nice to have it all there. And the formatting is off because of this at the start, so we will just cut all of this and put it later. So I've changed how I put my notes. So let's just make it a tiny bit prettier here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So no, it's what's breaking it. Dashed things, yeah, so that breaks it. This breaks it. This doesn't break it. There, I put the wrong direction. So now we still have the color coding, so it's easier to see. All of the options, they stand out nicely, right? So let's not read it all, but go check out my examples there. Most common arguments. Oh, so this is where I got this, probably, right? Yeah, so I don't think then that I've used it. So let's put our own stuff here at the top, of course. Let's start assuming that it's a smart thing, and then we will see if it's not, right? So their search, and we have a website. Relevant.thm. And if we just do this without any options, what happens? URL. Yes, we will learn this by doing it. So now we got something, and this, then we will realize if this is like recursive, whatever it will be, and how it writes the names. That's what we had here. We have oh gosh. So I like GoBuster, but sometimes it just flips out and gives us a lot of bad data. So we don't want the errors, right? Content deadline exceeded. Okay. So maybe it's stopping us from getting more replies here. And that's why it's flipping out. So let's abort this one for now. Okay, so it tries this. Okay. So we are only going 4 and 3 and 4 and 4s, and we don't want those, right? And why is it showing these? Why is it not showing us? Threads 25 by default. Wordless size. Extension, so it will get PHP ASPX, JSP, HTML, and JS by default. Meaning it will take that extra time for checking for all of those too. Well, something is deprecated. Will it say that because it's the first time we run it? No. It's Python. Then we can just read it. It's done and didn't find anything. Let's check the recommended options in the notes now. So, so whatever dictionary we want, we can use W instead of its built-in thing that was not very long, 11,000 words. So we have it installed, we just do dir search instead. So this is kind of annoying to have this long without really nothing. And then we can set the extensions with E. Do we have to type the full word recursive for recursive? Let's just go search in the file for recursive. And we can do R2, meaning no. We don't need to. So let's first add a word list. And I'm still in with my actual focus on the other side there. So if we go up a bit, let's do the Go Buster one, and let's just copy this bit there, and then let's delete it all again, I guess. So this would run it with a list, because it uses W. And then we have also E for the types, file types. And we have R for recursive. So short options I like when I put at the start, because they seem to get lost at some tools sometimes if you don't. Like GoBuster, I think. No, maybe not. Maybe something else. So recursive R2, R4. That's what's the default. Let's check down here again. R T threads. R brute force recursively. What's the default depth? So they actually want the options at the end here. So let's follow its instructions and do that. So I'm just moving the R to the end there. Oh my goodness. I'm not really tired. After lunch, I guess. Word lists, extensions, forest extensions. Only replaces the X keyword with extension. Okay. Add extension to the end of every word list entry. So if you just do extensions and you assume that it will do just extensions, you need to do EF. Exclude extensions. Remove extensions. Prefixes, suffixes. Changing the word list. Threads recursive, deep recursives. For every path found, not only directories. So trying to be recursive on file names. What? Or does it mean other site names or stuff? Oh, whatever. That sounds odd. Yeah, so what's the default here? This is what I'm curious about. What's the default recursive? We'll notice when we'll just run it with R first. Well, let's actually start this one now. And of course I was on the wrong thing. So it can get started here, running. And it won't find anything probably. And we're on the other part, right? No, we're on the basic part here. So that's more likely to be empty. Recursion status, subders. Okay. So we can list several subdirectories to scan. Would it also do the root thing? Just for we got one there. Exclude sizes, exclude text regex, redirect. Request settings, method data. Random agent. Off. Oh, user agent cookie. All the things. Connection settings. I should drink some water. Let's see, by the way, if this one get errors too, like GoBuster did. Though that was on the part one, right? So yeah, so we're started with their search. And let's copy our example here. So this is our first example for what we tried here. And so far we have no hits, so we don't have a good example. But sometimes I put like examples here too, with the results. The GoBuster one is like crazy much bigger, right? No, it's not. Not much. Well, let's go back up to the box notes. So far, we didn't get anything anywhere. We can type. Oh my. Seriously. Let's just say that this is what we're running right now. And while we're doing this, So, it's not fun to watch this. I'm of course hoping for a few 200s there. So I was going to Google. First of all, I'm curious about the port number now. The second IS port number, since I had already searched it. So let's just see if this is
Tomato Tech
used
says
for
hi.
anything. Hi, welcome in. No, this is a port. What is it used for? Task scheduler, spooler, event log, Skype. Okay. Let's just check. Exchange.
Tomato Tech says in which language this? Because I have no idea about it.
What we're doing now is TryHackMe, and it is not currently a language, but the thing we're running here is we might read the code for this Python tool called dir search that checks through a list of files and sees if there is a web page on these. So that's what we're doing right now. So what languages are you interested in? You just generally learning programming, or let's go back to the notes here. So we did look at SMB, and we have a user on this computer and their password, but my knowledge of this is not that deep yet, so I don't really know what to do with it. So that's, I guess, what I should look into now. How to use the user and username, right? Or rather, use the user and username. How? How? You shouldn't have that available on your server.
Tomato Tech says cool, look interesting, soon I'll try to learn Python.
Yeah, Python is nice. It's very good for learning. I'm actually making a Python course that I should put some time into too, but I'm mostly focusing on learning cybersecurity things now because I'm going to look for jobs. So that's why that's my priority right now. But we're also making a network copy tool in C++, for example, here on this channel. But right now I haven't done TryHackMe in quite some time, so I really wanted to get going again. We still haven't found anything here in the search, so it's a longer list. This one was kinda quick, and this one hasn't found anything yet, so so we don't want to look at anything called relevant here. So relevant again, relevant. So it's just doesn't mean anything, you know. I'm trying not to even look at the text there. Relevant. Trying to just read the blue ones now. Yeah, so let's check it the ones that say SSR. If I don't think we have exchange here. 20, 21, 26, 35, 55. Was it this one there? Yeah, it's the same number. So I don't think we have exchange on this one. But if that's what the port is for, let's find the port number, right? Or let's go back here and look at the information. 49663 is the ID of it, right? Yeah, so it's not relevant. It just has the ID that we are looking for a port. Maybe we should even so I don't think this is anything. Yeah. But let's look at this part here. I'll just see. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to this page before. I think we actually did it last time we looked at this one because we read about one of the other parts. So, nothing in the database on this part. Just general information about ports, okay? So it's all relevant. It's all relevant. So I'm closing this page. We didn't find anything relevant, but relevant. So nothing special with this part. It's like they just selected something maybe then. The exchange connection was only that there was a number of the exploit DB entry. That's funny. So we're going to scan this one too. I'm just this is slow, you know. Anyone remember what I said I was going to look into? I should have make a tiny note there. I didn't. Oh well, let's just continue with what I just wrote here then. So exploit, username, password, Windows. Well, we have the credentials. So I'm totally getting the opposite of what I wanted. We do have a password. So here's one I've clicked before. No, it also says steals user. Mimikatz. So let's look at that one because that's interesting and I know people use it, but I don't think I have. I probably have sometime. I don't know it. So let's also hop over to HackTricks and let's start here by Yeah, so the steals, okay. Because we have, okay, we would just, yeah, so what I want is to actually escalate. And we have username password, that's why I can't have one that right. But we're not on the machine. So, sorry for hopping around. I'm kind of mostly waiting for their search. So, open source application allows user to save. First of all, let's check what I have in my notes, because I might have something here. So I have it in my NTLM brute force. You can acquire by dumping some database using a tool. So Mimikatz dumps creds. But we already have creds, so I'm not thinking it's the right tool for us now. But don't have a just specific note on just it. Yes, I do. Windows Exploration. Mimikatz can get anti-hash from some database on Windows. Yeah, so this doesn't feel like anything we would need now. Or maybe. So this is, let's see, what is this? So this is win piece. So this is a output of win piece mentioning Mimikatz several times. And this is my note. So this is a note on it. But I don't think we need it now, right? I'm sorry for not reading aloud everything. Yeah, so I'm thinking use to steal credential and escalate privileges. So maybe we can use it to escalate privileges. But mostly I think it's for when we don't have any, and we do have something. So that's what I'm thinking primarily. So I've been to all the pages. Isn't that annoying, right? We've already been there. Well, let's go to this one. So what level are we on? Yeah, so initial photo could mean many things, such as the reverse shells without creds, access to an application running on the system, or creds, which we have. of an account, and I'm not used to this. I'm used to the reverse shell is what I have and no creds, you know. So I'm like, what now? What do I do now? An account with limited privileges, such as a standard user account. Yeah, this is what we have. Each type of tool allows the attacker to be in their privilege escalation type path. In the privilege escalation path, the attacker commonly seeks to discover as much as possible about an IT environment to determine their attack path. They do it through reconnaissance and enumeration of the compromised systems. They prefer some type of system enumeration using the commands like the one below. Yeah, but this is when we're on there. Service, yeah, I have all these insecure service executables, passwords. So as we're a user, I'm assuming they can't do much over the network. They might have some permissions though. Passwords. Sitting on text file on desktop. Yeah, so they're only doing the where on the box we have a web shell or shell on the box. Some pass the hash. Yeah, here they're already administrator with a hash. How will we get the hash? So we're too early for that. So I'm thinking if I don't manage to Google this, I might ChatGPT it, because I can ask another type of question, right? And also might try to make a more full question here. So we have user creds. Well, let's just make it a question. How to get admin creds Windows. Oh, too many keys. I was just control-Cing this. Yeah, and of course we get normal stuff. Credential harvesting walkthrough. That's interesting anyway. Create admin user from command line. We don't have a command line. Well, I know there are tools. I have things, you know, in the back of my head that I've seen other people use, but I want to know, like, details on everything and how I how to use stuff. Okay, so this is a THM walkthrough. We don't want that. So let's see what this one does. Yeah, so the Active Directory basics we're probably done. But the more AD stuff is just under this, the path. So we haven't gotten there yet. So this is before the AD stuff in the TryHackMe. So this is part of the path I'm on. Here. So let's view the path. So we're here, and then we have buffer overflow, Active Directory, basics included there. So we've done the basics, but here's where we get the AD and stuff. details. So I really want to get these done. So it's actually these bits that are interesting here, right? But first we have to finish all these boxes. I wouldn't have selected this hard one. The last one was hard and the next one is hard too. And they're having just a medium for Windows then. So it's not a normal thing that we get at like we managed to get some kind of reverse shell into Windows. That's not the thing here. So maybe we should let's save this one. I want to do all the rooms on TryHackMe, including all the boxes. Cheat sheet. Default grade cheat sheet. Okay. I'm just reading. MongoDB connect user. So I'm kind of. This was a Mimikatz one. Where do we have automate privilege escalation? So there I was doing highlighting. So I didn't actually open the other one. Let's just go back this way. So I thought I had this one opened. So stealing Windows credentials, and what we want is like better credentials that we have credentials already, but I'm assuming that after we get some kind of credentials they will tell us what to do afterwards, right? Well, let's just check this out. Elevate privileges to extract the credentials privilege. Debug. Let's see. So what is this really? Find other things. Invoke Mimikatz credentials with middleware bypassing our AV. Yeah, we could of course try with middleware stuff, but I don't wanna. We could search in there for like we could probably just enter the credentials we have and click try and gain everything, and it will like do it by itself. That's not what I want to do, right? For example, with the SMB. So I don't remember all the SMB. Let's just check the notes. We didn't have any shares. We had the share. We got the files. There were no other ones. There were no ones that were privileged. Right? So yeah, we had this one. We had read write. And when we run it, did we run this? Let's I'm opening a new tab because I'm not sure. Yeah, and this is what I was thinking, right? Yeah, so we did this somewhere here. So this is where we got them, from a password txt that was in this here. That was the only file in this networks of passwords. And we had this. And these are 2 base64 strings that were these. And one of them didn't work. Yeah, so I was trying to test to see if these were okay, and I noticed when I did this, Bob is listed here, but not Bill. So if I try with something that doesn't exist, like we did with Bill here, it will also give us everything, you know. So, but when we use the shares one with an actual username and a wrong password, so we can test by putting a wrong password there, that's the only way to see that they're not there. So I did the shares one, and we didn't see, or did I? I must have done, but it's not in here. So let's redo it. So Bob is the actual user. So here we saw the list, so we didn't see Bill in there, but I still wanted to, you know, explore. So I'm just going to copy somewhere where I used the password. That's for the test for. Oh gosh. So the copying here, I did copy this. ShareX kind of breaks some copies. I have to like press Ctrl+C a million times. Let's see now if it works. Yeah. So one Ctrl+C didn't help. Oh right, wrong IP. That's why this is nice, because I have to, if I have to reconnect, I can still use the same one and just add stuff in there. So we didn't have anything new, and we didn't have any permission to see $, which was kind of why I did this.
VR Mechatronics says,
Hi VR, welcome back. Welcome back. So I was just checking that I didn't miss anything here, and also what I was doing. So we have creds for a user on this machine, which is Bob and password. So let's actually make a line there, because this is kind of important. So we did this last time. And I haven't got anything new, because I don't really know how to use this, so I'll have to learn. So this is like a step that I've probably seen a lot of times, but still, you know, yeah. So why did we have bypassing AV here suddenly? Because we're talking Mimiket still. Yeah. So I'm trying to find a place where it says if you have a user creds, you can do this to continue, you know? I don't have this. If someone in chat knows, you're today, it's okay to help me. Hints. I want hints, I don't want solutions. Farmersry. This is a very basic thing that I'm like lacking. If we had a prompt on the Windows machine, and I don't want to use Metasploit. So Active Directory credentials. I don't think this is Active Directory, because we will learn that just after this. This room, one more, another area, then there's Active Directory stuff.
Mukhtar
so
underscore ethical hacker says, hi, you look good today.
Hi, thank you. Welcome in. Maybe you know if you have creds for a user on a Windows machine, you don't have any prompt or anything. How can you use it? That's what I'm looking for now. So I'm mostly looking for a link for something else here. Let's see. So we want Windows first of all, Linux, Windows hardening. I think it's still in here, right? Local Windows privilege escalation. No. It's local Windows account, but we're not on the machine. Let's just click this and go through these things. Yeah, so where we can find data locally. We're not locally here. Here it might be something. So checklist, and this is just the stuff. Okay.
Mukhtar underscore ethical hacker says, excuse me, what's are you on today?
This is the relevant box in this path. It's a medium Windows machine. I don't know. I'm not that good at Windows. And this one doesn't have, there's no web pages, though we're kind of scanning it here with, we're testing, let's see here. Dear search today. See if there's anything on this one. But there's another port to test too, but I don't want to do it at the same time. It says 99%, so we can run the same command. And also, if someone uses Dear Search and there are suggestions for what to do in command line, suggestions are welcome. Well, let's close the Go Assure tab there, because we're doing this today. So we have credentials here for this Bob on this machine, but I don't know. It's like this should be obvious, right? I should. If I don't find it soon, I will try. ChatGPT, and if I don't find anything there, I will do Metasploit. With Metasploit, I don't want to do Metasploit or scripts or stuff if there's a way to find out how to do it manually without using them. For if I do them, I will still want to find out how I did it there.
Mukhtar underscore ethical hacker says, oh, I got it. You're really doing amazing, and I love your work, really.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome to be here. So, and if you have any hints, they're welcome to today, because this is I'm worse at this than web stuff. Now I'm actually feeling a bit more confident about web after the native stuff. The native is not finished, but we've gotten kind of far. So yeah, so One Piece, we have to be on the box too. Yeah, I know all about ACLs. Integrity levels. What? Okay, so processes initiated by standard users have medium integrity levels, where services typically operate at a system integrity level. High integrity label safeguards the root directory. So there's untrusted, low, medium, high, system, and installer. So okay. You can get your current integrity by who my groups. Manager level. This is interesting. Let's actually add this to the list of stuff to do on a Windows machine. When we're on the actual machine, compared to this being having creds but not a prompt to type anything on. So the start here Windows. Let's put this in. So where do I have? Privileges. Oh, my priv. Before this, let's just do a quick check your current integrity level with and we also want the link to this page in case so we don't need this. I haven't used that here. More info. I'm just quickly scanning here. So, Windows security controls. There are different things in Windows that will prevent you from enumerating the system run, executables, and detect your activities. You should read the following page and enumerate all the defense mechanisms. So we're not on the box. That's our problem. I'm just seeing here if there's. So I know that this feels to me like a very basic thing that I just don't know, or I'm not confident enough about it. If I have a user, creds, and I know that last thread usually says like, oh, if you have this, you can just, he just gets everything from having user creds, and I don't know where to start if I knew it. I probably even have it somewhere in my notes, but right now it's not on top of my brain, so I can reach it. I'll have to look at old streams from people and see what they actually did and add stuff to my notes. That's my plan. People that are good at Windows stuff. I can ask people, of course, too, but now we're looking, and we're learning for lots of other stuff at the same time. So, but if you read about a thing and you don't use it, you don't remember it as good. So we want to find the right information now. So it might actually be the best to do ChatGPT, because then we can do a search in another way. They can understand our question in a better way than Google can do. It will give us a list what to do if I ask it, which is what I'm thinking I should be able to find here too. If I don't find this, I will make a page for it, or I will anyway in my notes, of course, but which will be Googleable.
Mukhtar_ethical hacker says one thing, honey. Where can I contact you? I want to talk to you something about your work.
Yeah, so there's my Discord. You can just join my Discord, and there's my personal Discord in there too, to connect to. So all my links are in my let's channel there. So on my Twitch channel I have all the information. I don't know if I have all of it. Yeah, there's about info. I just didn't want the stream to start. All of it. Yeah, there's. Oh well, it started anyway. Yeah. So the about at the top here we have all the links. So here's the Discord link too. Also, I could do like Discord. I'm going to add these to YouTube too, but currently they are only so there. So they're only automatically sent to Twitch chat because I kinda recently started with YouTube too. I didn't even think about adding the automatic messages to YouTube, but I'll send them to chat there too soon. So that's the best way to connect through Discord. I will probably add my LinkedIn here too. But it's full. I have to remove one link first. So I have to decide which one I want to remove. Maybe the normal YouTube. We'll go and I'll put LinkedIn here instead. So, let's hop back here. Internet settings. So they still assume we're on the local machine, which I'm thinking local account. They might think local account. That's why we're checking this. But I don't think they're thinking that. Users. Yeah, so it's all local checks. And this is not Active Directory. This is just... So we have Windows credentials. So I'm not finding exactly. Let's instead of doing this for 2 hours more, which I could do, let's go ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Yeah. Come on. That's a nice error. Let's actually hop it over to the. I'll retry over here. Not that anything is very secret, but come on, log in. Yeah, so I assumed that I would get a yeah, so good thing to switch windows there. Since when I'm not logged in, it was so long ago, apparently with 1 week, it popped up my kids' emails too, and that was kind of good not to have on stream, right? Though they're not using the emails. So, I have creds for a Windows account. I don't have a shell on the machine. How do I escalate privileges? Escalating privileges on a Windows machine without having a shell involves a few potential methods, but it's important to note that unauthorized access or temporary privileges don't illegal or unethical. So it actually put this in here. It usually doesn't. Here are some general approaches using remote desktop protocol. Yeah, we have tried. So, schedule tasks. So let's actually retry RDP since I didn't do it today, right? So we have X free RDP, and we have the password here still, but we have a new IP. So let's do relevant.thm, and this will not work today either. But now we have tried it, right? So check. Schedule tasks. You can create a schedule task that runs with elevated privileges. Use schedule task command to create a new task that runs system on another high privilege account. So let's tell it that RDP doesn't work. We can't connect by RDP. So then it will change its reply. Yeah, create a schedule task remotely. We are on a Kali machine. Let's give it some information here. No? Okay, it's still doing, that's why. Okay. So I would prefer to give short answers. I've tried so many times to say like, answer in 3 sentences, right? You know, the short ones. But I don't want to keep doing that. We could just stop it doing it too. Yeah, so I'm thinking that VMI as a normal user remotely. This was when it thought we got to RDP. If you have necessary permissions, you can enable PowerShell remoting and you use it to escalate. So let's see what it does from the new information here. Now we should be able to enter this. Yeah, so we don't want to metasploit. We have no. Yeah, so this PSX is what I said when I have stuff in the back of my head that I don't know good enough, to try. And I'm not sure that this can be done by anything but administrator, though, because I think I tried once. So that's that too. Correct methods. Yeah. Okay, so actually using the same thing that we did, but so we have this that we just ran a bit ago. What if we just add this? I don't think it will work. And I have notes in my notes here. I'm just reading gem install here. That's why I'm laughing. So let's see. Let's try it. X here. And let's remove shares and let's do X. Let's actually type it, And this sounds so very far-fetched for me to, as a user, to be able to, well, and by the way, this is its example, but we could probably run other stuff like this. This doesn't say much, does it? We don't know anything about Bob, and I don't know any way yet to test it. We don't get any answers from this, right? We could do X stuff, but we don't get replies. This is what I want to explore more. Then I know that we can do a big X here too, right? You know, to get a different thing. Now let's see if we can do anything here. And if we will get a different reply. No, so we you know, we don't get any feedback. So that's kind of. We could of course try and like get a connection this way. So we actually have we want a shell somehow, you know. This is what I need to know more about. I'm just thinking that poor Bob don't have much permissions probably. Maybe he's admin. We don't know anything. By the way, if I check my notes that I had here, what we so SMB notes and actually this. Alright, this is a help file. Now let's actually look at it. SMB help. Oh, this is so not very readable. I know that there are lots of things you could possibly do. Here are the options. So let's just scroll down to. Did I miss something there? Here's X and X, that I knew that X is command and X is PS command. So maybe we can just run a PowerShell reverse shell here. I don't think I know a command one. CMD one. Anyway, so that might be something. And here's these with the X. But if we don't get any feedback, what if we do who am I? Like in my notes, right? So SMB, then we have to update it, of course, to be NXC instead of CME. So what if we do who am I here, you know? We don't get to know anything. We could possibly send something here, but I'm thinking permissions of this user is not that high. You can make your own sense fingerprinted defender find. All right, yeah. Run PS with CMD. Yeah, but if we don't get any feedback, you know. Yeah. So this was a way to get around it. Yeah. And Christy mentioned this for something else here. So I have more notes that I am going to check or whatever and add stuff, but let's just let's try a reverse shell with this way, right? I'm just thinking I haven't ever seen anyone do it, so I'm thinking it's not possible. Maybe it is possible. Maybe it is. So if I paste this here, we have lots of characters we want to remove here, like lots, and we need to change so many things. Let's actually paste it after here instead, and we can just delete most of it. So we run PowerShell C with from the command prompt, and then I'm gonna take my old no, it has to be from the run. So here's my very old reverse shell tests. Now let's see which are the original ones. So we tested a few things that didn't work, so that's why I'm... So, oh yeah, these are for when I have Swedish keyboard and I insert a USB, which thinks I'm using American keyboard. And I'm Swedish keyboard, so let's take bits and pieces from. I'm sure I have this in my notes, but that was just a quick place to find it, you know. So this is not what we want to do. We want to paste stuff here. We want to run. And this will also download from, first of all, this is a changed path. Second, this is not my IP. This is for going to my VM from the local machine. So 10, 18, 21, 236, I'm sure. Yeah. And that's supposed to be a colon. And we have shells. And this needs to be changed too, because this shell is for this IP, right? So it will need to connect to this one instead. Let's oh no, I closed it down. Let's open a new tab and go to shells and look here. I think it's this one, Rev2. God morgon gubben! Jag kommer snart. Jag ska bara göra en sak så kommer jag. So my kid woke up. So he wants me to come. I'll just do this quickly. This uses the correct IP. Let's just listen on this part, and of course start the server on the right. There, and then we open a netcat on 443. So we have both those running. So if this works, I will have like spent a lot of time, not uselessly. We have read stuff, but we could have done this long ago.
Mukhtar_ethical hacker says, how did you maintain these? I'm the IT security on a company in my country, and sometimes I really got bored when pen testing or doing something like that. Mukhtar_ethical hacker says, how did you maintain these? I'm the IT security on a company in my country, and sometimes I really got bored when pen testing or doing something like that.
Yeah, so what do you maintain? My interest or what? Just the fun thing about cybersecurity and why I like started loving this is because it's, you know, it never stops. You never have to stop learning. You can just continue learning forever. And I love that. So I like learning things. So what we can see here that we have double quotes, which means we can just remove. So here we have PowerShell when we're already doing PowerShell, right? So we were doing the same thing in the C. I don't know about. That's just what I had in my example. The problem was from Al-Hasred. Probably. As long as it's... If it wasn't correct, then it wasn't him. He's good. So, was that what your question was? Because I'm just loving this. Lots of learning. So, ODMB, password, execute this, and then we have single quote, partial C, and then we have double this, and in there we have singles again. And I see another error that we'll fix. So I could... There. So, what do you think? Double checking. We're listening. We're sharing files. First of all, will it download the file? This will be... If we don't get any feedback, like we didn't do before, this will still be something to see if it does anything at all, because we still always get the same feedback. It didn't download any file. So that could be a first thing to try. I think we don't have permissions enough, and that's... So I don't know if I'm sad or glad, If we'd had been administrators here, this would have been more doable, I guess. What do you think? There are, of course, this might just be like caught by some defense, but I don't think in this kind of basic box that there is defense. It's not a hard box. It's a medium TryHackMe box. I don't think it will have defender or anything. Yeah, so I think I have this... we don't have to download the thing. But let's just download it, right? If we remove the IEX, it shouldn't execute it. It should just download it. Oh, whatever. It doesn't do anything anyway. What I'm thinking is we could just try this, right? So this is more obfuscated and a bit more, not very much. We could also use... we could base64 this thing, which might be better because, characters. So we could just pipe this to base64, and I think encoding is default, so we get it in base64 instead. Though it takes several lines. Why? Anyway, maybe we should output that to a file. To revsh to dot ps1 dot base64 and then let's just cat that instead, and let's mousepad it and delete this, and remember how to end base64 stuff. Oh, so I'll just go check with my kids. Yes, gubben. Ska jag fixa lite för frukost? Så hjälper det att komma igång med hinner. Vi ska ju spela eller här. Okej. Okay, bye, good luck. så tidigt du kan. Mm. Gör det andra med Linus först. So, who wants to play Minecraft with everybody? Later. So, let's see now. Right. Yeah, so I'm looking for work too. I do mention that sometimes. Well, if anybody's looking for people, I'm available. Yeah, so this one was what made me think to try this, because I already have this in my note, but I kind of assumed I can't add myself to administrators. And we don't get any feedback from this, you know, even if it's not Crack My Exig anymore. So it's we haven't tried this. So let's first do just like let's here you're on large screen. So this is what I've run before successfully, and got a shell on my own machine by most of the time, not all of the times though. I've had to turn off Defender. Yeah, we had to do like. Yes? Okay, I'll be back. Just be back. Yes. Det är som en bakelse med en cherry on top. There, so he needed a bit of help more. Yeah, so let's actually make this file I talked about. Making a new note. Start here. Windows. No shell. It's not SMB, but we have creds. Creds. And let's rename this one to Windows shell. So we have a shell here. That's what this one starts from. And let's delete these because it just takes space when we want to see stuff. But this is mostly after the start here. So far I had to differentiate from, you know, like, do we have so much things? Yeah, web has one too. I don't want to move that. So if I open several up here, I want to know which one I'm in, you know. And we can see it here with dragging to on this, but it's a bit long. So maybe I should just rename these start here ones to something else. So I think I have other parts. Here's a start here for network. Should add more for SMB, but we have a separate SMB section too. Yeah, and HTTP is of course the web. So I should just link to those really there. But the problem here is when we have the creds from, in this case, getting a file for SMB, but it could have been from FTP or wherever. We have creds, but we have no login, and that's where I'm at, and I'm like, so what now? What now? And this is what I need to make, so that I don't just learn it for one time, but will remember it too. But what I was looking for now actually is, where is my... I don't remember how to PowerShell. Yeah, so base64 PowerShell is basic, but it's not in my head. Let's just... as you notice, I don't read more in the ChatGPT than I have to. It would be the same if I had to read a walkthrough for something. I would read this tiny bit I can and try to think myself as much as possible. So PowerShell base 64 decode. Yeah, I was thinking I'm sure someone has a simple thing without me having to read all of this. So top reply is... This is the top reply. Okay, so the question was the tiniest thing. Okay. So yeah, they have it in a variable. Unicode ETF ASCII. From base 64 string. And they also do a UTF-8. Get string convert from. They do. System convert. Yeah, so apparently I did not recognize this as much as I thought I would. But it's kind of this whole thing then. So system convert basics to basic 64 string, and let's just say convert to basic 64 string, and this requires it to be UTF-8. This is to basic 64. And this is from. But this one used system convert. So we don't need to say system. So I'm sure I have this in my notes already. Let's not just check one thing. Partial script. That sounds complicated for a one-line thing here. From basics to for string. Okay, so they... maybe that would be nice to read anyway. Because of what's executing it too. So if we paste what I already have, text encoding, they have system too. UTF-8 get string, convert. Yeah, this is the same. Convert, basics parsing, text encoding, UTF get bytes. Yeah. So confirmed at least 2 places. So notes. Also, oh my. Yeah, I saw they had links in there too. Look, it has it as CSS. It's supposed to be PowerShell. Did it like this better? Oh, they. And also yes, love. Okay. I'm just going to make it again. Det är torsdag idag, gubben. So I'm thinking maybe we don't have to have such an advanced thing either, but now we have a base64 string for that. Yeah, so I had to help him. So we're unpacking still from being at the country house. So he didn't find clothes. Right, so this is not what we were doing. We were doing something like that. There. So let's continue. So I just changed this to base64 there. And what's actually happening here is that it is creating an object, a TCP here, client gets stream bytes. As long as there's something to read, get string, send back, PS paths, byte. So it's a reverse shell. Not much more, it's just more complicated than a bash one, right? Windows messiness, or whatever you want to call it. PowerShell. Anyway, so instead of downloading the string here, new object web client. Yeah, so instead here we will combine our convert from base64. Let's start with copying that in with its example string, which makes it very obvious where on the internet it came from that article reply or response to the question. So we have text encoding, get string, convert from, and here we have our base64, which is kind of long. It's kind of long, and I put it in here just to easily remove the. I could have done it on in the bash way too, but so it adds a new line there when I save. That's interesting. So yeah. Kind of long. What do you think? Will there be a difference? This time it shouldn't download stuff, it would just connect, and it wouldn't connect, right? Oh. But this is interesting. This time we didn't get anything here. We didn't get a reply, like stuff back. So just to make sure, you can always try something. So let's also just board it, clear, and restart it so we don't have anything old stuff back. We're not downloading. Let's remove that one like that. We don't need this one anymore. I don't think this is what we're supposed to do, you know. I don't think we have enough permissions to do much over there. We could just stop the C was here. I think that my computer, on my computer when I tried C, I didn't have permissions. That's why I'm like very critical that a user. Let's see, Windows R again. So let's see, what were the ones I tried here? Yeah, I tried to do like yeah, and this is another one that does a rickroll when you plug in USB in. So this, was it just one? I think I tried several things that didn't work. Whatever. Whatevs. So we don't have permissions to do some things when we're on a user command line, you know. Even if we would have administrative permissions. Sweaty. So I don't think that's the thing. Let's see what it says next. Hello, ChatGPT. We tried this kind of thing, but adding ourselves to administrators, I don't think that worked. We did run this. We didn't get any feedback, but it's also interesting that we didn't get any feedback at all to this. Right? So, let's actually ask the computer why. So, there was a wrong IP. So, it will now see its TryHackMe too and understand more about the context here. Hopefully it won't tell us too much. Let's read this too. I'm just going to paste here first. I did miss the prompt at the end. It is important to show that there was no feedback. There was no feedback. The last one did not have the normal output though. And I don't want to dig into how NXCSMB's showing of the server version and stuff is a part of the output manually. This will help us. So let's look at evil WinRM here. It's a tool for using WinRM to get a partial session on the machine, and let's just try it. You know, we have a username, and I've definitely seen this a lot of times, and this might be what we need to do. But also, I'm in a TryHackMe path, and I haven't done this in any of the rooms previously. So, and I have used this apparently. So relevant. Yeah. So I said I think I have done this, but I don't remember the details. I did paste the other stuff, so we can just copy. There. If this works, it's nice. And we will add it to the notes. Right. I didn't check the box. It's expired, of course, now. So that's why I didn't reply for the last one. That's kind of why I was sending it to. So we need to wait for a new IP here. let's prepare by opening the host file. Let's see, first tab, what do we have here? Alright, this one was running too, and it's completed. So when it's up again, we will do it with the port colon. I'm just checking the notes info. Here, I found it. 4963. So we can't run this yet. We'll have to first sudo nano hosts. There, and then we'll have to be slow now because it's a Windows machine starting. So the IP I just pasted it there. So it's been started in 1.5 minutes. Let's exit this one. So this should work, but we'll give it a bit more time. We could like update one of the pages. So it seems to be up already. So this one will have to exit. Alright, so we'll just have to do the same again after having waited a bit. It's 2.5 minutes. So let's see if it says anything. Nah, nothing about waiting, but it will of course assume we know. So this is a medium, right? Yeah, let's start their search. Which might be not very necessary after this, which I hope, let's hope this works now. So it's taking a bit of time. Let's go check out this one. So I thought that if any of these two would have, it could be of course, the name itself. Oh. Sorry, I'm not really tired. It's just that I've been sitting for long. I should do some. I should put like move it redeems mandatorily, you know, like they pop up themselves if no one redeemed them for a bit. Because, right, so while I'm waiting, I'm going to, let's increase them too. So the commands, no, we want integrations, no platforms. So many things, right? So we want to increase the setups. I had like an inflammation in my thigh muscle. That's why it's 5. So I'm thinking let's change it to 7 now. So I started with 3 actually. So I'll do 10 soon, but I just want to make sure that it's not coming back. Then we'll do 10. 10. And table push-ups 10. And these are a 5-minute timeout. So I'm thinking with increasing the numbers, I'll also let's do 15 squats. And let's update this to 900 because that's 15 minutes, 900 seconds. And if I'm getting a lot of them, you know, I think 15 minutes is, if I do them every 15 minutes, I'm okay with that. Yeah, so what hopped? Well, because it's not visible, you know, in the output. In the table, there's 900 here. IRL stream running.
Opinion says, hello, fix it.
Hi! How are you today? Welcome back. So you can tell me to go IRL stream running now. If no one noticed, but it's 5,000 points. You can't do that when you just hop into stream. And these are all Twitch only. So Twitch is more stuff available. They can also control the robot arm, which YouTube can't. So you can redeem the robot arm again now. Since yesterday, it's there. So let's make sure.
Theo hogs all the viewers, so I thought I'd pop in and say hi to you too.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we stream kind of different things, right? So I'm like digging into things more. No? I don't know. So enabled, yes, yeah, we just want to make sure there. So let's just minimize that one again. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, I like your stuff too, fix it.
Thank you. Yeah, so we have creds on this one, and so we get an error here.
You do a lot of fun stuff.
Thank you. So yesterday was like a different kind of stream, since I was like coming back from vacation, but I will mostly do studies too. But I think I do them more in a way like showing stuff, what I really do, you know? I don't know. It's not like I'm not studying theory. I'm not just reading something. I think Theo does it sometimes too, right? Doing boxes and things. But a lot of the time he does like questions and stuff, right? And maybe not showing what he's doing. We'll see what happens when he starts his new job.
Robotics is really underrated, but they make most of the things we use in the world today.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to tell everybody to try and hack the robot, right? You people have tried though. since all the input that can't be interpreted as an int is just made into a 5 instead. It's hard to do anything about it. Let's actually go to the ChatGPT here. So my question. So let's, instead of this bad output, so this one, right. I didn't actually run this command now because the box was down, so we'll have to rerun that. But what I did, and we didn't get anything on, is we did try it evil WinRM, though I'm thinking this is a simple user, you know. So we're giving it a bit of the output here. Once connected, you know, it's always once connected. So only if they work. So VMIC can be used to execute. So you can install it. We probably have it then. We'll look at this. Let's just quickly go back here and let's run the command we didn't do. Let's give it a chance to finish here. HTTP client connect timeout error. So it doesn't get any replies. This is running, didn't find anything yet. So these are left from a previous test that we will redo now as soon as this one is finished. While we do that, oh, it's just finished. So let's just go up there. Let's run this one because we never really did, right? Yeah, so we did get the same reply here too. I kind of assumed we would, but we didn't because the machine had died. And that's the second time in all time that the box has died for me. Though I did run a lot to help my kid lately here. Yeah, so in between these here, I'll
Set
just
guy
paste
says,
it here.
"Hey, fix it,
Hi.
smile, smile."
I need some help here, I think. I don't know what to do in this situation. So, do you have any hints on what to do? Or, yeah, hints. I have creds here on this machine that we found in a file, SMB file here somewhere. This is the total information. But I don't know what to do. I can't like, so my brain is starting to get a bit off here. We tried several things, simply. Let's see if we go up here. So already last time I tried this, it doesn't work, you know, RDP. There's no new shares. This is only one file on this one with a password and username. There were actually two, but one was not real. But this one we can, if we put the wrong password for this one, it doesn't work, you know, so it seems to be an existing one. And I just tried some stuff here with X. So we're also checking the website. So I asked ChatGPT to see if it could help me. And it said evil WinRM. I'm thinking we have a user, so also the trying. It also suggested that we should try and give ourselves administrator or put ourselves in administrators group here. Thus, and I'm like, what? We would never have permission. And we don't get any feedback in this, you know. So if it would run Homewire, I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I know that it didn't download the file. Here, no files downloaded. So we could of course take a basic download a file command and see if we get that work. That's probably the next thing to do, instead of such a complicated thing here. So let's just run a basic thing. Why did I do that? I could have taken a shorter one to delete.
Didn't got any idea still learner here. Embarrassed smiley face. Embarrassed smiley
no
face.
Problem. So I'm like, usually on the Windows ones I've done, you know, you get into the machine somehow. You know, you have a prompt there, you have some way in, and this doesn't even have any web pages. The web looks like this. There are 2 ports open, both are just IIS. It might be that there is something that's relevant. We haven't gotten there. We're just doing these so far. You know, the sub pages. Testing dear search, since someone suggested
Hello,
it.
Sec Guy.
Sec Guy says. Emital foothold. Hey, opinion.
Yeah, so we only have a user creds. That's the only thing we have. So I'm actually making a new part of my notes here. Let's see, did I add it here? Maybe here. Yeah, so we need something for if we only have creds. What can we do if we only have creds? Because if we have a shell, there's a million things I could do. You know, I have a lot of notes there too on things. There might be different permissions, there might be, you know, so many things. But if we only have creds, where do I start? I don't know where to start, really. I know that there are ways, you know. I've heard Al say that...
Opinion says.
Escalate and pivot. I know that's a generic answer.
Hans B. Formble says.
Yeah.
Use Mimicots. I don't do Windows.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think Mimikatz like extracts permissions, so we could try it. We can do that. But we do already have some permissions. I'm thinking we should be able to use them for something, right? So what was I thinking? I'm going to just the wget will be removed from current versions of PowerShell, so I should use what it's actually aliasing. So what is wget's actual name in PowerShell? I should probably have it here. PowerShell commands. Let's get alias to get the aliases. Or we just do this because I found this great site. So let's search. Oh, search is there. So let's Control F it instead for wget. And it's not here, right? So let's do download. And we have highlight all. So I should know this. No? Right, let's just check. My God. Sometimes I just hate it. Here. We should have said invoke web request IWR. That's it. Let's put this in our notes because my brain is not built for PowerShell. It's not. Oh. So this is the only time to hop to source mode. So we can delete these here. So line preview. Right, it has details on the commands too there. That's okay to leave that there. What's the alias? So IWR is the thing. So, right, we go IWR. And I have to click here too. So IWR HTTP colon slash slash 1018 21 and 236 colon 8000 slash shells slash rev2.ps. Well, if it's the wrong path, it doesn't matter. We just want to try. Is it like? Is this .ps? I did list the files there, right? So let's see. Did we get anything here? No. So if this is our IP and it's the part where we're at. So if this would happen, we would get something, right? This command is correct, is it? Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, Mimikatz. We'll look more into Mimikatz. I have actually a page up here on Mimikatz here. So it's the thoughts on that too. I'm just thinking I should by now know what to do with permissions, but I don't. I'm too spoiled to have a shell on things. And there's also Metasploit, which I'm kind of disqualifying always, you know. We would have done this in 3 seconds probably. Let me just let's just isolate shells because I'm not sure. Yeah, it was PS1, though it doesn't matter. For this, we just wanted to get to see if it downloaded the file, and it would have gotten the file doesn't exist, you know. But let's just for the history. If I ever see I've tried this before, you know, it's in the correct in the history now. This didn't work. So alright, I didn't do the PowerShell thing. So first of all, let's copy this. Oh gosh, it's the wrong one. Not that it matters much, but I tried to run a PowerShell command with not PowerShell here right now, right? So that's not going to work. IWR won't work in CMD. Still nothing, and as you can see, I'm not very surprised. So let's go up to the PowerShell here. Yeah. No, it's actually down. So, right. So this is when I tried my rev shelter. So I don't think we don't have anything here at all. No reaction from it. So we have two things to test, possibly. I mean, let's close this one down. And I should remember IWR. And then we go up here and see what else it suggested. That is what we tried. We tried Evil Win RM. We didn't try VMIC. Yes, Kipin, come in. So my kid again. I'll be right back. Yes, love. Jag spelar Minecraft när ni är klara sen. There. So he wanted some help. Right. Right. So let's see if we have this command. So I'm thinking this is a Windows command, you know. So will it ask us yes? Do you want to install? Okay. So there, vmic. Yeah, I was thinking I misspelled it, and we have all the things. So we're going to do username %password. So I'm still thinking we don't have permissions to do any of these things, but why not try them, you know? Why not try them? Because we get some experience and have tried some commands that might work sometime, you know? So, first of all, let's delete that new line there. So the username says, Bob.
I like that attitude. Why not, eh?
Yeah, why not? So, Bob. Bob's password is this. So we can do Bob too here, just to have it. And then we have, does it really want the IP address? I'm thinking maybe we should use the IP, which is, let's just click on this again, 10.10.84.243. Process call create CMD. Yeah, so this is how it's just trying to add Bob here to the administrators. That seems to be what it wants to do. This is not useful for us. We don't know, maybe Bob already is in there, but we might get feedback here. Yeah, so access denied. Right, so maybe we can use...
What's the program you are using?
This is a VMI program, so you can get a lot of information and stuff, you know, from VMI. Windows Management Instrumentation, is it? Maybe that's like old things popping up in my head. So yeah, management, remote management. That's what it's for. But I'm kind of thinking this is a Windows 2016 machine. Should a user be able to add itself to the local administrators group? No. Should it be able to run anything?
Translated from Czech.
Yeah.
Windows Management Instrumentation.
Yeah. Yes.
And COM plus objects old school.
Yeah. So I use that a lot.
Because of backwards compatibility.
Yeah, but I mean, a user shouldn't have permissions to give itself administrative permissions this way. Ever.
Windows is a sucker for having old crap laying around we can exploit.
Yeah. I guess we should be glad for that. Should we? So, this was anyway its suggestion, though we could of course try and do another thing here. Let's see if we have permission to run something else. First of all, how does this work? So we need to actually do this. Let's do help, right? And let's make notes on it, because I don't think I have notes on VMIC. So we're in Windows, right? So I don't like when I have to scroll several pages. Yeah, so I actually have it here. So this is local stuff, right, for Windows, not used from Linux. So we'll make a new one. Or should I have it as the same? Because we might be able to get basic information here if not like closed down on the machine. That's actually from the machine instead of nmap guessing stuff, you know. Though some of it is from the machine there too. Using VMIC on Kali remotely. That was very, very nicely spelled. And let's make this a header. And we want to, my god, and that sounded horrible. Let's add at the bottom here the help for it. I usually do 3 for that, so let's do 2 for this. It's actually below, of course. So I'll just copy the help here, and we will read it a bit prettier. I missed a bit. So there. I am so annoyed at that. So when I move the mouse pointer after releasing, you know, the mouse button, if I do it too quickly, it changes the selection. That's a bug. That's a bug. We don't want bugs. So, so it is example, since our command that we tried was from ChatGPT, we want to confirm that this is how it actually works. And this is more like a normal BMI question, you know. It doesn't usually be what it said, you know. It said process call create. What is this? I don't recognize it. But it's, instead of select, it's process call create. But no other special characters here. Well, it is a CMD.exe. Yeah, okay, it could possibly be correct, you know? But we don't know anything more about it yet. So this is a normal database query here for the also domain, and ours had IP here in theirs. So let's hop back here and let's run a basic thing like select something, right? So select a star from, we can do in 32 computer system. So now we will get feedback, which is access denied, which it should be. On a modern Windows machine, we shouldn't get anything, you know? Remote information on the machine as a user, no. But it's a bug, so there should be something opened up for us. It's not impossible. I just don't think that a user should have these permissions. So we have a command to put in our test here. So let's actually make it an example. So now we can see what it looks like when it can't do it. There.
Fix it. May we review your steps so far? What ports did we find? Any other
sure.
clues?
So I have all the notes for the backs here. This is like it all pulls together. But we can look at the nmap. We have the RPC here, and we read a bit about it too. And it also has these two high ports. We have two IISs that are not, well, there's a start basic page. So we're at the same time now we're running a scan on them. Let's see if it's finished. 95% on the other port here. But we haven't tried any other names here, you know. This is just possible pages. Here, if you didn't see it. And then we have SMB, which we got a file from. So let's hop over there. And then this is, yeah, RPC. Everything uses this. Yeah, I did also run the SMB enum here, which didn't give us anything really. Sometimes it gives us users and stuff. So here on SMB, so
maybe it has some kind of web framework entitled we can exploit to get the NT system account via an exploit in PHP or something?
Yeah, it could be, but we haven't found anything yet. So it's on 98% there, and then we'll have to try and find more stuff. So there could be web stuff, but I want to understand all the ports open on a Windows box, you know. Anyway, So we got this one. From this, we got this passwords file with 2 base64 encoded lines that were these. Bill didn't. This wasn't a real username. I'm not going through all of it, but if we run Bill with shares with a bad password, we still got the data, but with Bob, it didn't work. And then we got status logon failure. So we know that Bill isn't actually an account there. We just have Bob, and then we looked at the web, and we have GoBuster just got errors, and we're running this currently on both. So I'm testing Dear Search, not maybe exactly the first time, but I haven't used it much. So we're testing it and learning a new tool.
Those unusual high ports, did they show anything on a banner grab?
Just a second here. We actually got something here. The same name as the share. It got something. And it will try this, which is interesting. So do you know how long this has been running?
That 44x port is interesting to me, suggests something like a custom API.
Yeah, but at the same time it has the base IIS page. But I'm thinking, when with IIS, I would never have had just the base. I would always have had something else, a name, full name of something.
Yeah, it's that port, look. 49,663.
Yeah, so I googled for the port and I didn't find anything that uses that port, at least. Doesn't mean that there's nothing doing it. So let's see. Let's go back here and go to the page that we just discovered. That I don't remember the name of. NT4 works v. And
I think it's a custom app, and that's our exploit.
So the thing is that this is the name of the share too, you know? So it doesn't have to mean
NT4, wow,
anything.
old school.
So it's really blank. The question is what this means. Did this have a redirect or anything? It's a 301 to
view source.
Yeah, I did. I closed it again. So it's just blank.
And have a sniff to look at the headers.
Yeah, we'll look at it. I'm just curious here if it will find something in this directory now. This is a directory, you know. So it might find something here. It might just find the password file here too. It might just be the same directory, you know. OWASP. So let's do one thing at a time, right? Let's just click this one. It's just IIS, nothing complicated here. It's just a blank page. But if we hope to burp and check the actual response that we got there, now we will have a million things here, right? So we got the 301 there, and then we opened that page. So we have both this one, which just
that
says,
screams e-commerce site to me. Okay. I saw a checkout folder.
Checkout folder. Did you mean the 400s? It just lists a lot of 400s.
Go back to the folders you found.
Yeah. Just a sec here. I'm just reading it. So this isn't much here. It's very empty. It's just, we know it's already Yes, and it's ASP.NET. Might be interesting. So let's
200
go back
okay.
to the scan here. So far it doesn't have anything, really.
It's an API.
Yes, yeah, so all
you can
of
send
these,
it stuff
do you
and it
think
will send
this
you back
is...
stuff, I think.
Okay, yeah. But then you usually would get some kind of bad info here.
Hans B. Formble says. Curl X post.
Yeah, let's actually do it here. So, let's send this to
Opinion
Repeater.
says.
Thanks,
We could
Hans.
just...
I was trying to remember, lol.
Let's change this to a post and send it and see if there's any change there. Do you want me to curl it too? Yeah, so that's I need to learn, you know. I'm not good at web APIs or web stuff. So there are things you can send, but I don't know. But we can try this this curl one too. But isn't it the same as doing what I did?
I think it's a REST API.
Yeah, I heard you. It might be. I just don't know how to get to know if it is, you know? We'll see if this finds anything more.
Hans B. Formble says. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I think also. But let's just do anything, everything. We want everything. We don't want those, though. I'll have to type stuff. Is this easier? I saved this a few relevant. So what I was thinking is that there's must be something web on here since it has an IIS, and that it might be
Opinion
like,
says.
what do you call it? A virtual name?
Yeah, it's a post request you need to do.
Yeah, but what kind of post request? Let's see here. Let's check it out together. So if we do X post here, let's learn more about curl too. Also, this is what I wanted to check. Oh gosh, what did I do? Oh my gosh. Did I manage to right click something and close it by mistake?
We can try fuzzing, but it might be better to make a note and keep going with your broader investigation.
Yeah, but I'm thinking we don't have to make a note and keep going. We can just do that scan, you know? Let's open a new tab and go. I also wanted to copy the stuff, you know? So we know the path now to this. So NT4. And I'm like blind and everything here. Where did things go? First of all, let's actually copy all of this because I don't want to lose stuff because I'm stupid and click something by mistake. So I you know, sometimes you click a button that you didn't mean to on the mouse. And I managed to, I know I right-clicked, you know? I right-clicked by mistake. So I don't know what could possibly have happened, but maybe I like clicked both. Anyway, this is our how testing a lot of random stuff. So let's just paste all of this thing here and continue. So we actually found something here, but I was stupid and missed the thingy. Rather, my fingers were right. So I'm yeah, you're on the screen. So I'm just closing down a few things here. We don't need this right now. Don't want a mess of tabs. So what? I did scroll down all the way and then just jumped up. I could have just arrowed or something to get it down there. So it's starting to feel this is not my day anymore. I just want the darn name of the directory to share. I'll check my notes. So NT for W RK SB. And this is what we want to check out right now here. So now we can focus on other stuff. Well, this takes a million years to finish.
NT4WRK station. ONG fix it, it's an ancient machine.
Yeah, it's in the path, you know. It's in the path. That's why we're doing it. I wouldn't have done a medium Windows machine on my own, like just random machine selection. Though I know I did
it's a Windows NT4 workstation.
Hard Windows machine. No, it's not. It's 2016 Windows. At least it thinks it is. No. Well, so I did a SMB1, which is why we tried. I'm sure I tried Eternal Blue.
Why did that path say NT4 workstation?
Well, it's just a directory name for a share. Here. It's just a share name that we had access on where they had the passwords. So, but everything else says Windows Server 2016 standard. Nmap 2.
Yeah, on an NT4 workstation. Question mark. Why would they call it that?
It doesn't have to mean that.
The share name.
I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
What does? Yeah, you're talking too much. I don't have time to think, you know. So let's go back to the machine. Okay.
I used to be an NT4 workstation build engineer.
Mm-hmm.
That's the shorthand we would use also.
Yeah. But that was a little long ago. NT4. I used to run Windows 94 servers too, you know. Once upon a time. And Novell too. It was long ago. Hopefully I've forgotten everything. No. No, but seriously, I think Windows 3.11 it was kind of good. So I'm just thinking, I sent it all these, let's see what it said. I didn't ever check this, you know. It wants to unpack it now. So, given the issues you're experiencing with connecting to RDP and WinRM, it's likely these services are either disabled or restricted by firewall rules on the target's machine. Let's explore other methods to gain the remote shell and escalate privileges. Impact is PSXPy. Since you have all these credentials, Impact is a good tool. Yeah, so this is a great thing because I recognize this name, you know. But we need administrator for this, right? Don't we? It's like it's redoing its whole thing. No, I'm getting annoyed now. Now we're getting something new. Why did it repeat the old stuff? Sorry people, but I'm frustrated with this thing. Now it's going MS of Venom. Yeah, we didn't try to but we couldn't download anything, so if we could have downloaded something. Maybe we should use SMB we could upload stuff there. Oh, right, I got it. I know now. We have something. We have full read-write on the SMB that is also a web page, right? So now it connects. Now it connects. There. So this is the same directory as we have SMB write on. We can put anything here, like a rev shell or something.
I'm just wondering
ASP,
why our target would create a network share that has the typical recommended naming convention for specifying an NT4 workstation PC.
Maybe they moved their credentials from the other old computer there. I don't know. I think we have the solution here now for it. So we actually have write to SMB, which I didn't think of, that we actually can write. We have read write, and there was a passwords file. I didn't think more about it. So let's think about that. Yeah, so these use they're trying a reverse shell exe, but this made my brain click. Yeah. So, of course we're not using Metasploit, but we want ASP. Right. So maybe rev shells here has something for ASP. I'm like, ASP. Didn't we stop using that 2000? Did we? I don't know. I think so. Yeah, we just have PHP, yeah, right? Am I blind? We want ASP stuff. Okay, I'll Google. Oh my god. So let's open all the links. We want to find all the cool sites, right? So my goodness, this is ancient stuff. Original shell post 2014. So I don't really care about the details here. I don't want to read all the code of this. Let's see what it Here we have basic info to start. Let's just copy the raw here, and let's put it here. I'm still sad I deleted the tab by mistake. I wanted some stuff in my notes, you know. So let's see the shells, and I'm typing on the wrong page. And we want to make sure we don't already have one, because my memory is not eternal. Not. So revsh.esp, and they had an X on the end. So let's do that. Oh gosh, what did I do? I was actually going to do a mousepad for this. It's nicer to paste stuff in this thing. Come on. There. So just checking the number of lines, so we got everything. 423 lines. 423 lines. So, and we need to change this to 10, 18, 21, 36, and the port. So I use these for everything so that I don't have to check it all the time. So, if I save this now, will it highlight? No, it doesn't know ASPX. I'm not surprised. Nothing knows it, even I. So I have other odd stuff here, right? Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Oh, yeah, so this is the old one. What did I do? Where is it there? So let's actually close it, because otherwise we won't get the output.
Have you found an RCE then?
No, just brain, or whatever you want to call it. We're testing stuff. So let's illustrate again here.
I must have missed that part.
Here you have so okay, let's do it again, or let's go to the notes. So what we have is on SMB we have a share. Let's actually go to the info here. So here we have a share with read write that is called NT4 verksv. Okay, and then let's see, where is it? Oh my god, I'm here. We have verksv on the box, right? We have access to the same directory that we also have on SMB, where we can write files with SMB. So we can put files on the web server. It's just there for us to put stuff. It's empty. So we're supposed to upload a file that's a shell, and that's what I just googled for a ASP web shell. That's the only thing. So now we'll just upload this file with SMB, because we have SMB right on this thing. So we'll just need to figure out how to do that, because I don't remember that either. So SMB, let's see. If I would have just been consistent, GoBuster didn't give us anything, so I'm going to delete it. And I by mistake deleted the output, so let's call this 4. We use this to scan. I lost the output.
Okay, so you're uploading via SMB, and you plan to execute via the API, yes? On that funny port?
No, nothing but an API. I'm just going to the page. That's the plan.
The rev shell, I mean.
Yeah, the rev shell. So let's see. Lost the output. But I was like, put with found directory with the same name as the SMB share. We have write access to. So everybody has. We don't even need to log in for that. So we don't need the username. It was just like, if this is the way, this was just to make us distracted. And rabbit hole for 4 hours. Or more. I don't know. So I can't put a question mark here. So let's add the how here. How? Testing random stuff. And this was like a parenthesis then, because make a new note 6. Revsh, let's do ASPX2. Right, so what I saw in the request, or in the response rather, here is that this is ASP.NET here. So this was one of the things that made me think this. So I'm going to make a screenshot here of this. So, well, we don't need all of it, do we? Well, it looks prettier this way. Aesthetics is the most important thing in the universe. Of course, right? Just put it there. So.
Oh, it's a form, look. I couldn't see that.
What? A form? Look where? I changed it to a post. It's the same reply if we have it, the original.
Content type.
So.
Oh, I see you requested that.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly what the one I sent on was, but it was this one, you know. Let's send it on again, and let's actually screenshot this one again instead. If it looks, it's a get, so that's better to have as a screenshot. I'll just delete it. I'm just deleting the image. So you're right. We need the original. Did I send it? So if we go back, No back. It's annoying that it always deletes the first one. I feel it always deletes the first one that you have, and then the next one you do, it's saved, right? There, so let's just confirm that these are identical. They are. So there's no reason why this should be still waiting. Unless I actually timed out the box again. Which would be very odd, yeah, because there's 50 minutes left. And now it's 1 hour 50 minutes left. So, anyway. Let's hop to this one. I don't know what it's doing. Let's cancel it and send it again. And let's go here and maybe it died from whatever. Anyway, let's copy the link. After I opened all the links, so I just used the first one. So let's look. This one doesn't have an ASP one, does it? Yeah, it does. Oh, it's media reader. Ah, my. Oh gosh. I'm actually inside. I don't know why I'm so against it. It's horrible. I don't know the details of what's happening. It's horrible. How could I then do it myself without it? I couldn't. I need the details, and I don't want to read all the scripts. I have done that when I didn't find anything else, and just done the same thing myself instead. Yeah, it's a Venom stuff again. So we found a good link. Let's copy this one. And I'm also going to put the screenshot back here. So let's, I'm clicking here, F4, because it's not running in the VM, the screenshot utility. So screenshot, because I need it on Windows, because that's where I'm pasting it. I guess the screenshots would be okay there too. You just move them or paste them. Anyway, if copy and paste worked, this should. There. So what? Yeah, so I actually already selected this ASP.NET here because I was showing you now. There. So we're getting finding a shell, finding a rev shell. Where did I type that text? Was it like here? No, here. So here. There. Search. Found a directory with the same name. And then we do just make a comment here. We found a directory with the same name as the SMB share. We have read write on. Let's put not but again. Why do I keep misspelling stuff today? Let's put the file there. Well uploaded, whatever. So, Actually, I need my notes for this. So if I don't have it in my SMB, I need to add it in my SMB, right? So just normal connect, but this is what I want here. So we don't want to get, we want to upload. My god, I'm blind. Let's read it like this instead. I'm just going everywhere. And so this is such a basic thing. I think I should have it in my head, but I don't think have I done it? Maybe put. So we want to put. I'm assuming put is the thing, right? So SMB client, and the one that we used SMB client a lot is this. So we didn't use a password though here, right? So you Bob, and then we have his password right here. I don't think we need any. We could have done anonymous. Yeah, the box is dead. I don't think anything works.
Isn't this just like a fancy net use command?
Net use. SMB client is what you use to connect to upload and download files manually, like FTP. It's like FTP but for SMB. So let's go to
Windows Explorer.
What here? So this should give us an error that we don't have permissions, but it's not replying. I think the server is dead. Yeah, we need to restart it, which is kind of funny, right? What killed it? It's Windows. That's it. So it's apparently dead. So the web page didn't respond, and this was just a confirmation. So, hooray. Take a few minutes. So, unfortunately another IP, but that's why I'm happy not to have used. Yeah, so I used the IP in this case, which is kind of funny. So the confirmation was not really a confirmation. I'm just waiting for the IP. Let's actually exit this, and let's see what have we got here. So yeah, this kind of died too here. So we could have looked here. It was dead. It might have killed it too. And there it is again, hopping to another place. I scroll down and it hopped up. So yeah, I'm thinking there's nothing in this tab either. So I'll just get all the history to a new one without having to type anything. Is that lazy or just crazy or efficient? So let's check up here. Their search SMB client. This is what we tried, but now first we need to actually sudo nanohosts. So if I'm having good luck here, I will have time to finish this one today. But my kids wanted to play with me Minecraft soon, so we'll see. So yeah, and this is the wrong password. So we want the logon failure, meaning the machine is working as it should. And I think the last time I copied was its password. So works. And we have that where we have the read access and the write access. So just confirming here. Now we will do SMB client instead. And this time we will change this to relevant in case we have to restart again. We don't have to so we don't have to do stuff. Yeah, so if we ls here, there should be a passwords.txt. So if we now click put, let's do help put, right? Help put, and it will say local name, remote name. Okay, so put my god, what is local and what is remote? I'm like in my head on the SMB server, but of course this is just the actual local. So shells revsh revsh.aspx so let's see if this works. Yeah, so that's my check that I didn't remember the name right. So SCP shells lslay revsh.aspx shells. So don't you think this was correct? Maybe I don't even type put. Maybe I need the name here. Let's try with put first, because that seems logically to do, right? So put a file. So SMB client upload file. Server share. Okay, so they are using the full. Okay, so CD. Okay. So this is interesting. Let's do this instead, right? We could do this, but we'll still have to enter. We're already in here. So let's see. Let's see if we do like CD dot here. And the ls. It doesn't affect there, right? So I'm exiting. And we'll do it the C way instead here with a command. And I don't think we need the destination though. I think we just, if we just put and this file, maybe it can't do the home character. That might be the problem. Maybe we need the full path. Home curly shells, right? And I'm going to copy it because I don't trust I didn't copy something else between. So where did it go? Notes. So I don't think I put anything there. So let's try again. No? Yeah, so apparently I didn't manage to copy it again. It's a copy problem. It's annoying. So Control C, 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 and then we try again. And then it worked. So the problem wasn't that. That's annoying because I wanted to try this command in there and it didn't work. So now I copied something else, most definitely. And it says object path not found, opening. Yeah, so it's definitely not put that we're supposed to use, right? Or is it? So what if we do this again? I copy the password for the millionth time. Copy, 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 copy. And paste it here. And we get object not found. Yeah. So I'm thinking I need to use the path. Maybe I need the CD, but why would I CD when I'm already in there? When I ls I'm in there, right? No, I'm not. Here. The curl supports SMB version 1, which we're using. as an SMB get. Yeah, but this is downloading a file. Yeah, this is not downloading. Sending files, that's what I believe everybody means with putting them away from your computer to another computer, right? I was wondering if there's a way to send to a client machine with a command line from the Samba server. Yeah, so I want them to the Samba server. Getting stuff from a server is download. Getting it to a server is upload. So it's not put. I was thinking like the error messages makes it seem it's not put, right? LCD input. If you want a copy, data directory on Linux, so a copy of it appears in shared directory on Windows. Yeah, so we can use this. And again, we don't have to keep rewriting Bob here. So I'm learning a lot of things, that's great. First of all, let's do this. And let's do %. And let's see if I still have the password there. And now we can play with this without having to mess with the password. And we want it to be in, well, let's do the LCD thing and see if it works, right? So for us it's not data, but it is NT4 VRK SV. And then we want semicolon, and they do input because they want the full thing. And I'm thinking put and input. I just scrolled to the end here. Input directory, because they're making a directory there, right? So there's 2 bits here of the command. No, I don't. Let's see what they. LCD, the recursion is limited to what the copy won't become. To copy a directory with this concept, you need to enable recursion with recurse and use input, as you will be copying multiple files. And we won't. Regular .com will only transfer 1 file at a time, optionally giving you the copy of a different name at the destination. Optionally. Using LCD, the recursion is limited, so we don't need this. Let's look at another one. So there, put did folder. Within CD to the directory, we can do that. Let's remove this again. So I will just run this, though it won't work, right? So we just have it in history, and let's cd do shells. So we're in the directory where the file is, so we don't have to think about that. And we want it to end up in the place where all the files already the thing we're connecting to here. This is where we want it to end up, you know. So why not just do this? And now we don't have to use the full path, maybe. I don't know. Let's just test this. Yeah. So let's now SMB client without this and just ls, and we have the file there. Nice. So the CD here was kind of important, right? So such a simple thing, but now I know it. Now I know how to do it. That's the learning bit, right? So upload a file to a SMB share. Oh my, we need a session. That's a bit of a better color at least. There. So we're using the password, put, and just the file name, and then it doesn't mess up. It might be with the slashes and stuff. And it didn't know if it wanted me. Well, just one file name. We don't need to know if it's what machine it's on. My God. There. So let's just remember the name of the file. And let's make a new tab. And let's do that. And let's go to the web page. And let's add this here. And let's run it. And let's get annoyed at Google. So when you add something to an already existing one, right? Shouldn't you get anything there? I've never used this shell before. I don't know if it works. That's a bad thing with new things. Oh my God. Please just click nothing. So, oh gosh. I should have used burps. I saw more. So if something would pop up here, I wouldn't know a thing. What do you think? Do you think it will work? At least we have more knowledge. More knowledge here. Oh, this is just a road shell. It's just still doing its right. By the way, let's actually do this so I can see both windows, right? So we got it here. It was just slow. It was just slow. Woohoo! Meaning we need to put this in the notes too. So this is going. Well, we need a new. Oh, I already made one of those. So, I'm just going to take a quick tiny screenshot here of us entering the URL. We go to the new page. And it even reacted to my new line I had made there. So let's here. So now we do new note 7 CMD. So now we can do all the things that we feel more comfortable with. We're in Windows now. Even if Linux still feels better than this, right? So this ver still exists, right? So you can see the version of Windows. So how am I? We're up pool, default up pool. I've been there before. So that's annoying echo. But it's okay. So let's dir this. So Windows 32 init serve. But I saw that already. I'm thinking, is there anything of this we want in our notes? And I think that we want this. No, we don't need the misspelled ones there. So I'm putting this in the notes. Yeah, so let's check all the things. We can close these down and let's open instead our Windows one. I didn't find anything here, but just randomly searching the different things we already had. Until my brain said, oh, right. So first checks. Yeah, let's do set. Let's follow the instructions I made for myself. So we can do set to see the environment variables, and now we know more about it. So we know this is 64-bit, which is always nice to know, and some other things. So let's copy this data and let's just paste it. All right, so this is what I wanted to do. And I'm going to remove this again because, you know, this didn't lead much. And also the var didn't really help, right? Well, it can stay there. It can stay there. So, well, we'll add stuff. So I'm thinking what's the most probable things. So let's try a recently added thing that I did. Let's yeah, so that didn't exist. Oh my god, user profile. I don't think we have a user profile, right? We're not a user. Yeah, system profile. So we need to be a user for this to work, really. I think. So cmd key list. That would list if there are saved credentials that we could run things as. So let's look at list. So we don't want to search log files. We're IS though, but no, I'm thinking we're not doing that first, at least. What do we feel like trying? I'm thinking let's check
KFC says hello.
the directories. Hi, welcome in. So I'm typing somewhere else, not there. So let's and let's steer here. So we have Bob there. This is a problem with Windows. If this had been Linux, you know, I could have just sued to Bob. But I have Bob's username and password. But we're the web user. But I don't know how I would ever do stuff as Bob. And I'm trying to remember to so there's a user txt file. So I don't think we will be able to read it. We could. Okay. So we can't see the permissions as in Linux either. We would have known if we had permissions. These are much more advanced. In a good and in a bad way. Both seen as someone wanting to exploit it and not, right? So user here. I'll go check with my kids if it's time to like play Minecraft or if I should continue, because I've been going for 4.5 hours now, so it might be kids time. We'll see. I'll check. Yeah, so my kids are playing Roblox together, so I think I'm safe for a bit more. They just started a bit ago there when I helped them. It was just a suggestion to actually call his brother in Discord that was the help blow, so it was not like he couldn't do it himself. Since they're not here, they're like 5 hours away. So what is the most likely thing? Let's see. First of all, I know that I tried before to like run stuff as the administrator when I was the user and I had problems, but I don't remember how I solved it. So I'm like, I should do more Windows, right? I don't remember stuff. It's not like some things in Linux you just have in your like backbone, you know. But there will be Windows a lot now in this one, I think, because one of the next things is AD. Lots of AD stuff in the path of TryHackMe. Yeah, so this is checking service permissions. And this would just add the who my groups just for integrity. But we're going to who my all. And we'll see. Let's just do it before I plan more, because it might be like we're almost done. So all is a bit much, maybe, but so first the groups we're in. We can see here that we have the high here. And a normal user had lower, so we're probably better off than Bob then, right? And where's service? Where's service? We can console log in. Yeah, so this, let's actually check this out a bit before we look at the possibly very interesting privileges we have. So let's first just check this out. Okay. So service. So I should probably just look there, but I don't want Microsoft hits. We will see some of it probably in 2 seconds. Yeah, so again we get lots of stuff. This is what we just were at. Interestingly, we just read this, and that's why I realized that this said hi, right? So we will probably have interesting things, because I read this just a few hours ago on this, doing this box and trying to find where to read on using the account that we didn't manage to use yet. We have a password for a user that we will probably never use. Rabbit hole Megamax, but a useful one because I learned stuff, right? So we're an administrator. Since it's high then. Oh well, I'm not going to read all this now either. Let's scroll down here and see. We're at the bottom now. So we have impersonate. I see assign primary token. Yes, I think I have these in my notes, and I kind of remember I didn't add that too long ago, you know, but so as impersonate or assign primary token. And we have both. Accounts with this privs are local service. And this is what we are right now, right? And I think I recognize that I've been this before, and I think this is when I added this, spawn a process with this that users can connect and authenticate. Force the privileged user to connect and authenticate. Yeah, I wasn't that long ago I wrote this, but still it's good to repeat stuff. So upload rogue winner exploit, and it's of course in my directory already. The story, yeah, we read this on stream. We thought they were potatoes, but they were beans. Rogue win RMEXE. So yeah. So we're just going to upload this. By the way, so I haven't got the copy things here. I've tried to add all the instructions, you know, so I didn't have to look somewhere else. If we're web shell, we're not in a web shell, so we don't need to do this. I might have been then. Looking for there in IS. Yeah, so maybe when we know a writable directory, right? I think I might even have used, yeah. So last time I think I just used Windows temp, right? And I'm sure I still have access there. But we can. Yeah, so I do have the instructions here, how to download it or upload it rather. So these are actually I'm thinking of indenting stuff more and adding another line. Like exploit this by, because I was like, what is this, like a part of the two, or is this a new line? And now it's obvious this is the exploit, and this is just what this will do, you know. Alright, I need to switch ears. The battery's dying. Should give us 4 hours, 4.5. Oh, so the batteries are not going worse at least. Yeah. So first of all, let's order these better. This one is indented, and these are actually command lines to run. We don't do that until later. Yes, gubben? Okej, jättesnart. Jag ska bara skriva klart en sak. So I need to finish the note before I come. If web shell looking for right will. So here we don't want any lines there, cause empty lines. This is so annoying, but I like have to just add something here because it looks ugly and I have to go help my kid for 2 seconds. I'll be back. Yes, Bubba. So they're switching to Minecraft, so we'll see if they can find their way into the server themselves, or so I'm going to play with them in a bit, but I'm thinking we might be kind of close here, right? So I don't have to edit the notes right now, do I? Edit. So let's just do it now, okay, right? So let's finish this one. We have privileges that we know will fix this for us, right? So let's actually start typing the notes here. So let's cd c:. So we don't have to go there. I'm just thinking it's nice, like, right? We don't need to be in the other directory. And it also does both slashes, which is nice when I forget where I am at. This is Windows. So we're already sharing this, meaning I can just lazy it and copy my stuff here. So let's copy and let's paste it here. So did I close the server down? Oh. Well, then we start it again. So I thought I left it running, but I did restart all the tabs, right? So, alright, so that's a mess. Wrong file name. Did I move the file maybe? So let's just see for a sec here. Here is this. Let's cd And let's cd to exploits exists, but I don't think it's here. I think this is a tool. Yeah, so it's not here. So let's cd tools instead. Yeah, and there it is. So that's the reason. So the path here, I moved it to tools. That's why it didn't work. So yeah, so we got the correct replies there. It's just the path is not correct. Now it is. So there, row, it's there. All right. Let's also get netcat. So see if the file is moved to, if it's in the correct place. Yes, actually I didn't do this correctly because I had the full name here down here, you saw it. But since we moved to the directory, it's not necessary. So several ways possible. Then we just run it. Yeah, right IP. Just double checking. The different font made me be like, also, we're already connected on 443, so we need to. This is what's nice with not having like Venom stuff. You need a remake. Cause then I've done that, you know. It's a bit of a mess. So it's a lost character, almost a lost character, so it doesn't matter much. When we paste this, we can just, since arrows don't work, we just change it there. And it's already running. Oh. Yeah. So this uses bits. But it only works if bits is not actually active, right? Otherwise we'll have to use something else. So let's see. Let's just first make sure that I didn't really. I was like going, oh, I have to go to my kids. I have to see. Let's see if we can finish it quickly by just running stuff without thinking a lot. So this was just getting a directory. So we have a directory. We have downloaded the files. Here we have stuff. P cmd exe for interactive cmd. for the reverse shell. So we really wouldn't need a reverse shell this time because we didn't start in a web shell, right? But if the port is already running, 5985. So, alright, I can't use arrows. So pasting it again, and I can't use arrows, and just typing instead. So P let's just type. Of course, this Windows system3 true. cmd.exe, and it's not exploitable using this because it uses something that's already running. Yeah. Which means that I'll probably have to play with my kids now. Yeah, so there should be something here about bits, right? Here. Spawn a process. This is trying to use bits, which is, well, bits is always running, you know, doing stuff. Uploading Windows updates in the background and stuff. So if bits is not running, we might be able to fix this, you know, get around it, but I don't have the time now. Alright, so another tab. So so those are the two examples they told us. And let's add one of them here. So NC here P the path A whatever. Yeah, so it's just the difference is just the So why did I do that really? Or for interactive CMD. The reverse shell is it's really if we have a web shell still there, right? Oh my goodness. So that's just one way. There are lots of others here, for example. Where is the list? Is it that? Nah, I don't think so.
Marcy Popsis says, "Good afternoon. Do you also
Get
need
up,
coffee?
Node. Yeah, I think so, right? Though I don't drink coffee. I need to move a bit, do something else a bit, probably. There are move it redeems, but I will have to stop soon and play with my kids. Some Minecraft on our server here. So I'm kind of close here, but this exploit that I've used before didn't work. So let's do a last thing here and just send all of this to ChatGPT because I need to go, and we need to make a new one. So do we have a question? So I have a GitHub page with a lot of these. I know one. It's not this one. So it's probably one of my notes here that have a lot of privileges listed. And there are like vulnerabilities for them. So we could just Google it too at the same time here. So vulnerable privilege escalation. Well, Windows. This is not privileges. Windows. GitHub. So I've been to this page. Here it is. So here we can just check off our privileges, and they have suggestions on how to go from there. So we could start with. Let's not look at that one before we. I can do a quick check here too. So here we have them. We have SESign primary token privilege, which is the first one. Impact admin, impersonate tokens. So let's zoom out there. I'll try to rephrase. Well, potato. That's why the other one was. We thought we had a potato. And then we have. Let's just try them all. I don't think increased quota is like a. But I've never searched for all of them. So. Let's increase quota. So. Yeah, I don't think that's useful. I can't see what I'm typing because the mic is in the way. I see audit. It's a threat. Writing own event is possible with authorized security event API. So here we have something we might use too that I've never used, which is interesting. We should do all the ways, right? Yeah, we can write to the security event log. override all events. Well, let's just look at this. I don't think this is something that we will use, but just a no documentation. Just a project. Okay. Yeah, so I have to go play with my kids. So I can't dig too deep now. I would like to. And I know some people might think that's boring. But it's fun. It's fun to dig into the things and find out why it's like this and everything, right? So let's see here. Oh, so we have a lot of people here. And Theo's been streaming more than me. So, Italian, French. So we have two. We have Theo, that I think we did yesterday. So right, we need to mute them. No. Here I was trying to be smart, you know?
Age says, "Have a good morning, Bob."
Hello, H. Oh, yeah, good morning. So should we start the last ones? Let's do impersonate. Let's look at impersonate first. Here. No? Here. So, the potatoes again. Allow the design by design to create a process under security context of another user. Yeah, so these two together, you know. So it wouldn't take you very long to do something else there. But the one that I had in my notes that I used before didn't work on this machine. That's why this file is going long. Because this is just some services and permissions on services and wrong, not full names on services and everything. Yeah, I'm still curious if we'll ever use the Bob password. I'm assuming not, since we already got the user one. Well, let's see if the ads are over. Oh yeah, so I gave him a few tips yesterday. I'll have to hop over there again. I'll continue helping Theo a bit with RTMP. So we'll rate him so we can help him, right? So where's my OBS? Over there. So how's your day, Age? I hope you're great. It's time for me to play with Minecraft with my kids. Unfortunately, I would have liked to finish this box, but yeah, you know. So B7 H30. Yeah. So if you want the raid call, you can always say like, "Here comes the RTMP help," right? Though I can't stay for too long, I can listen to it, right? Yeah, so it's setting up Proxmox though. Ah. So everybody have a great day. Thanks for being here. Thanks for doing the box with me. And we're not finished yet, but we're kind of close, right? There it is. So we need to get the last bit here. We know that we have SE sign primary token and SE impersonate, so it shouldn't take too long. But more time than I have now, because I promised them. I said like, oh well, I'll less than 20 minutes, and it's been more than 20 minutes, so I have to go and play with them. Alright, I didn't even click the raid thing. There it is, go in. And let's send the link to, of course, to YouTube too. So we're sending it to YouTube. So YouTube people, you can come in and we're reading Theo.
Fixit42 live says https://www.twitch.tv/b7h30.
Right, so it's not red. So yeah, bye. I'll play with my kids. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm clicking the button.